Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The earth groaned beneath the verdant hills of the Shire's eastern border, a sound deeper than thunder and more ancient than memory. Most hobbits pulled their quilts over their heads and waited for the rumbling to pass, attributing it to some distant storm, or perhaps an unusually vigorous party in delving. But in his small forge, nestled at the edge of Whisperhill, Banfur Covatero set down his tiny hammer and placed his palm flat against the earthen wall, feeling the stone's whispers through his calloused fingers. "You've something to tell me, haven't you?" he murmured to the trembling earth, his eyes reflecting the dying embers of his forge fire. Among hobbits, Banfur was considered peculiar at best, troublesome at worst. While respectable hobbits concerned themselves with gardens, pantries, and the intricacies of family trees, Banfur coaxed metal into tools of startling resilience. His pruning shears never dulled. His garden trowels unearthed potatoes with the precision of a surgeon's blade. Though barely reaching 4 feet tall, with feet appropriately hairy for a hobbit of good standing, his hands possessed an uncanny strength and sensitivity that made other hobbits whisper behind their pipes about dwarvish blood in the Covatero line, an insult of the highest order. When the second tremor came 3 days later, more violent than the first, it split the ground behind Banfur's forge, revealing a narrow fissure descending into darkness. Instead of reporting it to the mayor as any sensible hobbit would, Banfur found himself lowering a lantern into the crevasse, then his pack, and finally, against every instinct of hobbit propriety, himself. The passage twisted downward through ancient stone, occasionally widening into chambers where crystals winked like stars in his lantern light. Marked with runes no hobbit should recognize yet, Banfur somehow could. The walls told stories of delving and crafting from an age when mountains were young. Hours passed, perhaps days. Time moved strangely in the deep places of the earth, until the passage opened into a vast chamber that stole the breath from Banfur's lungs. He stood upon the threshold of a forge, unlike any the world had seen since the Second Age, a dwarven masterwork of intricate mechanisms and channels that once directed heat from the mountain's very heart. Though cold for millennia, the ancient anvil still emanated a presence that made the air shimmer around it, and there, suspended in a shaft of mysterious light filtering from some unseen crevice far above, hung a hammer. Not the delicate jeweler's tool that Banfur employed for his modest work, but a forge hammer of legend, its head carved with runes that shifted and changed as he stared, its haft wrapped in leather the color of midnight, studded with gems that gleamed within a fire. "The Hammer of Durin," Banfur whispered, the name coming to his lips unbidden. Against all reason, against all hobbit sense, Banfur reached out. His fingers, so deft with copper and silver, closed around the leather grip. The visions came like a flood breaking through a dam, fire sweeping across plains, armies of twisted creatures marching beneath banners of flame, a tower rising in distant eastern lands, crowned with an eye of malice, and at the center of it all, a shadowed figure wearing a crown of iron spikes, forging rings of terrible power in a mountain of fire. Banfur collapsed, the hammer still clutched in his trembling hands. When consciousness returned, he found himself no longer alone in the ancient forge. A tall figure cloaked in azure robes observed him with eyes ancient as the stones themselves. His beard, the color of storm clouds, was braided with silver thread that caught the dim light. Though Banfer had never seen one of the Istari, he knew without doubt this was one of the wizards of legend. "And do you have found what was hidden, Banfur Covatero?" the wizard said, his voice like distant thunder. "I am Palando, whom some call the Blue Wizard. I have walked the eastern lands for an age, watching, waiting. Now I return west, bearing warnings few wish to hear." The wizard knelt beside the dazed hobbit. "The hammer you hold once belonged to Durin the Deathless, greatest of all dwarven craftsmen. With it, he shaped Mithril into marvels the world has forgotten, and now it has chosen you." "Chosen," Banfer managed, his voice a whisper. "But I'm just a hobbit." "Just?" Palando's eyebrow arched. "There is no just about hobbits, as you will learn. The hammer seeks small hands uncorrupted by lust for power, yet skilled enough to wield its potential. It has slept since Moria fell into darkness, waiting for one worthy to bear it." Palando helped Banfer to his feet. "But we must make haste. The tremors that revealed this chamber were no accident of nature. The enemy stirs in the east, gathering relics of power to forge weapons that could enslave all free peoples. Already his servants search for the hammer, sensing its awakening." "What enemy?" Banfer clutched the hammer tighter, feeling its weight shift oddly, adapting to his grip as though alive. "One who should have remained forgotten." Palando's eyes darkened. "A servant of Sauron who escaped the ruin of Mordor and fled east, gathering followers to a dark faith. He calls himself Coramur, the East King, and seeks to finish what his master began." Before Banfer could process these revelations, new tremors shook the chamber, these more violent and purposeful than natural quakes. Dust and stones rained from above, and a distant guttural chanting echoed through the passages. "They have found us sooner than I feared," Palando murmured. "Come, there is another way out, one that leads beyond the Shire's borders." "Your journey begins now, Master Covatero, ready or not." Thus began Banfur's unexpected journey from the comfort of Whisperhill into legends that would one day be whispered around hobbit hearths. The Blue Wizard led him through hidden passages to the edge of the wild, where two figures awaited. Eowyn of Rohan, her golden hair braided for battle, eyes sharp as her ancestral blade, and Narwe, an elf whose once fair face bore scars that told of tortures endured in dark places, his silent grace belying the pain that haunted his ancient eyes. "I have gathered what allies I could," Palando explained. "Few believe the warnings of a wizard long absent from Western councils. Fewer still would place their faith in a hobbit smith, even one bearing Durin's hammer. But these two have seen the shadow firsthand and know the cost of ignoring its rise." Eowyn examined Banfer with barely concealed skepticism. "This is your chosen smith. He stands no taller than a child of men, yet his hands possess wisdom mine never will." Narwe spoke softly, kneeling to meet Banfer's eyes. "I see the touch of craft in your fingers, little one. The hammer chose well." In the days that followed, as they journeyed eastward through lands increasingly strange to hobbit eyes, Banfer learned the fuller measure of both his companions and the task before him. Eowyn, niece to Theoden King, had ridden east against her uncle's wishes, following rumors of strange alliances forming between wild men and creatures darker still. Narwe had once been a craftsman of Rivendell, until captured by servants of the enemy who sought to extract the secrets of elven metalcraft through torment. His escape had left him changed, driven by purpose rather than joy. And the hammer whispered to Banfer in dreams. It showed him metals never touched by hobbit hands, techniques forgotten since the drowning of Beleriand. With each passing night, his fingers itched to create, to forge something of power that might stand against the coming darkness. Their journey took them through ancient forests where trees murmured warnings, across plains where rock formations resembled slumbering giants, and finally to the edge of a vast desert where the stars seemed closer and stranger than any Banfur had seen above the Shire. Here, Pallando led them to a hidden oasis where ruins of a forgotten civilization provided shelter from prying eyes. The forge of the Avari once stood here, the wizard explained as they made camp among columns carved with flowing script. Elves who never completed the journey west, who built their own realms and forged their own relics of power. The knowledge in these stones, combined with Durin's hammer and your unique skill, might create a weapon to counter Coromur's rising power. That night, as his companions slept, Banfur approached the ruins alone, hammer in hand. Its weight had grown familiar now, almost an extension of his arm. Touching it to the ancient stones, he felt knowledge flow into him, not merely techniques, but understanding of how metal and magic intertwined, how intention shaped outcome as surely as hammer shaped steel. A presence materialized beside him, Narwe, watchful in the moonlight. "You feel it, don't you?" the elf asked. "The temptation to create something of terrible beauty and power." Banfur nodded. "The hammer shows me possibilities. Weapons that could level mountains, armor that would turn aside dragonfire. And this is why Coromur seeks it," Narwe said gently, "not merely for what it is, but for what it might create in the right hands, or the wrong ones." "My hands are too small for such responsibility," Banfur whispered, staring at his palms. "Perhaps that is precisely why they are the right hands," Narwe replied. "You see the power as the burden it truly is, not as the gift others might perceive." Dawn brought dire news. Pallando returned from his night's wandering with grave countenance. Coromur's forces approach, faster than should be possible. They have tracked the hammer's awakening power. By nightfall, they will be upon us. Éowyn drew her sword, its edge catching the rising sun. "Then we make our stand here." The ruins offer defensible positions, against a few dozen perhaps, Pallando countered, but they come hundreds strong, led by creatures bred for war in deep places. We four cannot prevail by strength of arms. All eyes turned to Banfur, who stood clutching the hammer, its runes now glowing with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. "The hammer," he said slowly. "It wants me to forge something. It's been showing me possibilities. But I don't know if I should. The power it offers, it frightens me. As well it should." Pallando placed a hand on the hobbit's shoulder. "Great power always comes with the temptation for great corruption. But remember why the hammer chose you, Banfur Covatero, not for your stature, but for your heart." Through the day and into evening, Banfur worked at a makeshift forge Narwe helped him construct. The hammer guided his hands, showing him how to channel the ambient magic of the ancient elven ruins into metal Pallando had carried. Tiny ingots of mithril, precious beyond measure. Not enough for armor or blades, but perhaps enough for what the hammer was guiding him to create. As the sun set and drums of the approaching enemy echoed across the desert, Banfur completed his work. Not a weapon of destruction, as all had feared, but 7 slender rings, simple bands of mithril inscribed with runes of protection, unity, and strength. "These aren't weapons," Éowyn observed, puzzled, as Banfur presented his creation. "No," Banfur agreed. "The hammer showed me it's not about matching power with power. That's what the enemy expects, what he understands." These rings bind protectors together, amplify courage and hope rather than domination and fear. Palando's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Of course, 7 rings to counter his darkness, not through conquest, but through unity of free peoples. We're still outnumbered, Eowyn noted pragmatically. Yes, Banfer nodded, but we won't fight alone. The rings will call those with the heart to stand against shadow. I saw it in the visions. Defenders gathering from across Middle-earth, drawn to oppose Coromur's rising power. As darkness fell completely, they stood at the edge of the ruins, the 7 rings glowing with inner light. Banfer held Durin's hammer aloft, no longer awkward in his small hobbit hands, but somehow right, as though the legendary tool had been waiting all along for one whose ambitions were modest, but whose heart was true. From the Shire to the shores of Rhûn, he whispered, from the ice fields of Forodwaith to the jungles of Far Harad, hear us now. The shadow rises, but so too does light. The hammer struck the central ring, and a note, like a perfect bell, resonated across the desert. The sound grew, echoed, transformed into a harmony that rippled outward beyond hearing, beyond sight, beyond the borders of known lands. And as Coromur's forces crested the final dune, they faltered at the sight that greeted them. No longer did 4 lonely figures await them, but hundreds, elves and men, dwarves and beings stranger still, materializing like morning mist, solidifying into warriors of legend, summoned by a hobbit's craft and a courage that defied his size. Banfur Covatero, the smith of Whisperhill, raised Duran's hammer not as a weapon, but as a beacon. And as battle joined beneath desert stars, the smallest of free peoples showed that true power lies not in dominion, but in the ability to bring together those who might otherwise stand apart. In the songs later sung of that night, few mentioned that the turning point of the age came not from the might of kings or the wisdom of wizards, but from the small hands of a hobbit smith who understood that the greatest armor is not forged of metal, but of fellowship. Story 2, the Brandywine River wept tears of storm that night, its waters rising with unnatural haste as thunder cracked open the velvet sky above the Shire's eastern border. Lightning splintered across the heavens, illuminating the small figure who stood alone upon the riverbank, his face tilted upward in wonder rather than fear. Most hobbits would have sought shelter hours ago, barring their round doors against nature's fury, but Marigold Brandybuck had never been like most hobbits. "Sing to me, old friend," he whispered to the churning waters, his hazel eyes reflecting the storm's fire. The other Brandybucks often jested that Marigold had been born with river water in his veins instead of blood, an unseemly trait for a respectable hobbit. Yet none could deny his skill with boats, or the way the treacherous Brandywine seemed to calm beneath his small hands when he operated the ferry that had been in his family for generations. As dawn broke, painting the receding storm clouds in hues of amber and rose, Marigold noticed something glimmering among the reeds, pale flesh against the mud-brown banks. Rushing forward, he found a young woman collapsed at the river's edge, her silver-gold hair tangled with water weeds. Around her neck hung a strange shell, iridescent and spiraled, unlike any he had seen in the modest waters of the Brandywine. "Hello?" "Miss." Marigold knelt beside her, his weathered hands hovering uncertainly. To his relief, her chest rose and fell with shallow breaths. When her eyelids finally fluttered open, they revealed eyes the color of deepest ocean. Not the gentle blue of summer skies that hobbits admired, but the unfathomable indigo of abyssal depths that no hobbit had ever witnessed. "The waters rise," she whispered, clutching at his sleeve with surprising strength. "They have awakened the forgotten one. The shells. We must find them all." "Steady now," Marigold soothed, helping her sit. I'm Marigold Brandybuck, ferryman of these parts. What's your name? And how did you come to be in our river? Nimrodel, she replied after a moment's hesitation, as though trying the name on for size. I remember... Little else. Marigold brought her to his modest home, a hobbit hole dug not into a hill as was proper, but built half-suspended over the riverbank, its windows gazing out over the water. The other Brandybucks considered it eccentric at best, scandalous at worst, but Marigold could never bear to be far from the river's song. That night, he dreamed of vast oceans he had never seen, of waves tall as mountains, and creatures larger than the great mill of Hobbiton sliding beneath unfathomable depths. He woke gasping, the sheets soaked with sweat rather than river water, to find Nimrodel standing by his window, the strange shell glowing faintly in her palm as she gazed toward the east. In the days that followed, unsettling changes swept through the Shire. The Brandywine swelled beyond its banks without rain. Wells overflowed in bywater. Strange fish with luminous scales and too many fins appeared in fishing nets. Whispers spread that water from the Brandywine had turned bitter in some places, sweet as summer wine in others. Hobbits began casting suspicious glances at Marigold and his mysterious guest. The water speaks differently now, Marigold confessed to Nimrodel one evening as they sat on his porch, watching the river churn with unnatural patterns. All my life I've understood its moods, but now it's as though it's speaking words I cannot quite grasp. It calls to the shell, Nimrodel replied, her slender fingers tracing the spiral patterns of the object hanging at her throat. Udgri and the shell calls to its brothers. The arrival of a brown-robed figure on a rickety cart, drawn by an ill-tempered pony, caused quite a stir in Bucklebury. The wild-haired man introduced himself to curious onlookers as Radagast, a friend to beasts and growing things. Marigold found him already waiting at his door, deep in conversation with Nimrodel. "Ah, Master Brandybuck," the wizard said, eyes twinkling beneath bushy brows. "And I've come about your water troubles, or rather, about that trinket your friend carries." Within Marigold's modest sitting room, Radagast examined the shell with reverent hands. "This is no mere sea trinket," he explained, voice dropping to a whisper as though the very walls might eavesdrop. "This is a fragment of Ulumuri, the great horns of Ulmo, Lord of Waters. In the First Age, Ulmo blew upon these horns to guide the Eldar to Valinor across the Great Sea." "But what is it doing here in the Shire?" Marigold asked, his typical hobbit sense finally asserting itself despite his fascination. "The horns were thought lost when the world was remade," Radagast continued. "But ancient prophecies speak of their fragments washing ashore when the time comes for a new path to be opened between mortal lands and the undying realm." The wizard fixed Marigold with a penetrating stare. "There is an ancient rhyme. When waters rise against their nature's call, seek 5 shells scattered, find them all. In hands both small and pure of heart, the path across the sea shall start." Nimrodel clutched her shell protectively. "There are others who seek these fragments," she said. "In my dreams I see them, men in black robes with eyes like empty tide pools, led by one who wears a crown of coral blackened by flame." "Asulkor," Radagast nodded grimly. "A black Numenorian who leads a cult dedicated to the downfall of Middle-earth. They believe that by gathering the Ulumuri fragments and corrupting their power, they can complete what Morgoth began, to drown the lands beneath the waves in vengeance for Numenor's fall." The conversation was interrupted by shouts from outside. Through the round window, they saw the Brandywine surging upward in a great column, forming a shape almost like a searching hand before crashing down, sweeping away a section of the ferry dock. "It has begun," Radagast muttered, The shells call to one another, and to those attuned to water's song. That night, Marigold found Nimrodel preparing to leave under cover of darkness. "You cannot go alone," he insisted, already reaching for his traveling pack, a dusty relic from his adventurous Took grandmother. "This is no quest for a hobbit," she argued. "Oh, the journey will take us far from your beloved Shire, to coasts and kingdoms where larger folk dwell." Marigold stood to his full height, a modest 3'7", and met her oceanic gaze. "The prophecy speaks of hands both small and pure of heart. What hands are smaller than a hobbit's? Nay. Besides," he added with a wry smile, "according to every respectable hobbit in Buckland, I'm hardly a proper hobbit anyway." Their journey began with the modest sailing boat that Marigold had built in secret over many years, a craft that raised eyebrows among hobbits who preferred to keep their feet firmly planted on solid ground. Enhanced with Nimroddel's mysterious knowledge of ancient elven shipcraft, the vessel proved surprisingly swift as they navigated down the Brandywine toward the sea. They had scarcely reached the open waters beyond the river's mouth when a bank of unnatural fog descended. From within its depths emerged a black-sailed ship, its hull adorned with carvings of drowning men and sea beasts with too many teeth. "The cult of the drowning flame," Nimrodel whispered, her hand flying to the shell at her throat. "They've found us already." The pursuing vessel bore down upon them with unnatural speed, but Marigold felt a strange calm settle over him. Placing his small hands upon the tiller, he closed his eyes and listened to the water as he had done all his life. Beneath their keel, currents shifted in patterns no mortal navigator could detect, except somehow one small hobbit with river water in his veins. "Hold fast," he called to Nimrodel as he spun the tiller. Their boat leapt forward, riding a sudden swell that seemed to rise from nowhere, carrying them into a narrow sea cave, invisible until they were upon it. Behind them, the cultists' larger ship crashed against the rocky shoreline, unable to follow. Over the weeks that followed, the unlikely pair traveled along coastal routes, guided by the pull of Nimrodel's shell fragment and Marigold's inexplicable sense for water's hidden paths. They recovered the second fragment from a fisherman's market in Dol Amroth, the third from the hoard of a water drake in the marshlands beyond Tharbad, and the fourth from a hidden grotto where the grey havens met the sea. With each recovered fragment, Marigold's connection to water deepened. He began to hear whispers in the waves, to sense storms before clouds gathered, to understand the language of rain upon different surfaces. Dreams of vast oceans no longer frightened him, but felt like memories of home. "You are changing," Nimrodel observed one evening as they camped along a secluded cove, the 4 shell fragments arrayed before them, humming with subtle harmony. "But there is something of Ulmo's blessing in you, Marigold Brandybuck. Perhaps that is why you never quite fit among your own kind." The final shell fragment lay in the most perilous location, the temple fortress of Arsulkor himself, built upon a rocky island where the Bay of Belfalas met the Western Sea. As they approached under cover of an unnaturally thick mist that responded to Marigold's whispered requests, they witnessed dark ships gathering around the island and robed figures conducting rituals that turned the surrounding waters black as pitch. "They prepare their final ceremony," Nimrodel explained. "With even one fragment of the Ulamuri, they can begin the spell that will raise tidal waves to swallow coastal kingdoms." "If they had all 5, then we must get there first," Marigold replied with the practical determination that hobbits summon in the direst circumstances. Under starless skies, their small boat glided silently to the island's shadow side. Marigold, with hobbit-quiet footsteps, infiltrated the temple while cultists focused their attention on their dark rituals. In a chamber lined with coral and black pearls, The final shell fragment pulsed with sickly light, already corrupted by dark enchantments. As his small fingers closed around it, alarms sounded throughout the temple. Fleeing back toward their boat, Marigold and Nimrodel found themselves cornered on a narrow promontory by Arsulkor himself, a tall figure crowned with blackened coral, his eyes reflecting nothing, like the dead depths of a forgotten sea. The shells belong to the deep dark," the black Númenórean intoned, his voice bubbling as though speaking through water. "As does all land, all life. Give them to me, halfling, and perhaps I shall let your precious Shire remain above the waves for another generation." Marigold felt the 5 shell fragments vibrating against his chest, where they hung in a small pouch. Against all hobbit sense for self-preservation, he found himself stepping forward rather than back. "The waters do not belong to darkness," he said, his voice carrying with unexpected authority. "They are the cradle of life, not its tomb." Drawing the shells from their pouch, Marigold held them cupped in his small hands. Following an instinct older than conscious thought, he raised them to his lips and blew a gentle breath across their spiraled openings. The sound that emerged transcended music. It was the voice of all waters, from gentle springs to raging oceans, from morning dew to eternal ice, singing together in harmony. The corrupted waters surrounding the island stilled, then cleared to crystal blue. The dark ships began to sink, not violently but gently, as though returning to their proper home beneath the waves. Arsulkor screamed, lunging forward with a ritual dagger, but Nimrodel stepped between them. As the blade plunged toward her heart, her form seemed to shimmer and dissolve into pure water, flowing around the weapon and reforming behind the shocked cultist. With a touch, she sent him stumbling backward off the promontory into the waiting sea. "You knew," Marigold whispered as understanding dawned. "You are not human." "No," Nimrodel smiled, her form now rippling slightly in the moonlight. "I am a memory of what once was, a servant of Ulmo sent to find one whose heart could hear the water's song. The prophecy was always about you, Marigold Brandybuck." As dawn broke over the island, the 5 fragments in Marigold's hands melted together, reforming into a perfect hornshell of impossible beauty. At Nimrodel's urging, he raised it once more to his lips and blew a single, pure note. The horizon seemed to ripple, then part like a curtain drawn aside. Through the opening, Marigold glimpsed golden shores, crystal spires, and mountains taller than imagination, beneath a light different from sun or stars. "The way to Valinor stands open once more," Nimrodel said. "No, but the choice is yours, to go or to return to your Brandywine." Marigold gazed at the miraculous vision, then turned to look eastward, where beyond the horizon lay the gentle hills of the Shire, his troublesome ferry, and a life never quite fitting in. "There are many adventures still to be had in Middle-earth," he finally said, "and many hobbits who might discover they too have a touch of magic if shown the way." With reverent hands, he placed the reformed horn of Ulmo in Nimrodel's palms. But keep the path open, but I think I shall take the long way round." And so it came to pass that Marigold Brandybuck returned to the Shire, where his ferry service expanded to include boats of elven design that never capsized, guided by a hobbit who was said to speak with the river. On misty mornings, some claimed to see him conversing with a lady made of flowing water who sat upon his dock. And in later years, when certain hobbits with Brandybuck blood felt called to adventure, they would often find themselves drawn to shores and riverbanks, where the waters seemed to sing songs of distant golden shores. Story 3. In the easternmost corner of the Shire, where the neat hedgerows of hobbit gardens surrendered to the wild embrace of the old forest, The trees had begun to speak in voices no hobbit was meant to hear. Their ancient whispers carried on the wind like half-remembered melodies, seeping into dreams and turning milk sour in its jug. Crops withered despite abundant rain, and strange fungi sprouted overnight in spiraling patterns across once pristine lawns. The bounders patrolled the borders with increasing frequency, their faces grim beneath the brims of their weather-worn hats. Only Marigold Took Brandybuck heard the true nature of these whispers. Only she understood their lament. Dawn painted the rolling hills of Buckland in hues of amber and gold as Marigold knelt in her garden, her small fingers gently stroking the withered leaves of once vibrant tomato plants. Unlike most hobbits, who prized their gardens for the bounty they yielded for the table, Marigold spoke to her plants as confidants and friends. More unusually still, they answered back, not in words precisely, but in impressions that bloomed in her mind like flowers unfurling towards sunlight. "What troubles you so?" she murmured to the sickly vine curling around her wrist, its tendrils seeking comfort rather than support. The response came not in sound, but in flashes of sensation, darkness seeping through soil like poison, roots recoiling from something ancient and wrong, a malevolence spreading beneath the earth from the direction of the old forest. Marigold shivered despite the warmth of the morning sun. Her peculiar gift had always set her apart from other hobbits, who valued predictability and tradition above all else. The Tooks tolerated her eccentricity, attributing it to the fairy blood rumored to run in their line. The Brandybucks, practical folk despite their unusually adventurous nature, pretended not to notice when seedlings leaned toward her as she passed, or flowers bloomed out of season under her care. But this was different. This was a cry for help she could not ignore. The summons to the council came that very afternoon, delivered by a breathless young bounder whose eyes darted nervously toward the line of distant trees visible from Marigold's round blue door. "Strange tidings, Miss Marigold," he panted, declining her offer of tea with uncharacteristic haste for a hobbit. "The Master of Buckland requests your presence at once." Something about the crops failing and... He lowered his voice, though no one else was present. Voices in the trees. The council chamber in Brandy Hall hummed with tense conversation when Marigold entered. Faces turned toward her, some hopeful, others skeptical, a few outright disapproving. The Master of Buckland, Rorimac Brandybuck, her mother's cousin twice removed, rose from his carved chair at the head of the ancient oak table. "Marigold," he acknowledged with a nod that set his silver-streaked curls bouncing. "We face a situation that may require your particular understanding." For 2 hours, Marigold listened as reports came from all across the eastern Shire. Crops withering despite all care, livestock refusing to graze in certain fields, children waking screaming about roots that crawled beneath their beds. Most troubling were the accounts from those who had ventured near the old forest, tales of trees that shifted position overnight, of paths that led travelers in circles, of branches that grasped and shadows that followed. "The old forest has always been queer," stated Adelgrim Proudfoot, a wizened farmer from Stock, "but not like this. The wrongness is spreading westward, day by day. We should burn a clearing between us and the forest," suggested another, "a firebreak to protect our lands." Marigold gasped. The very thought sent pain spiraling through her chest, as though someone had suggested burning living flesh. "No," she said, her voice surprising her with its firmness. All eyes turned to her. "The trees aren't the enemy. They're victims too. Something is corrupting them, something ancient that has awakened in the forest's heart." Silence fell across the chamber. Even her greatest skeptics could not deny the conviction in her voice. "Then what would you suggest, Miss Took Brandybuck?" asked Rorimac, his eyes kind but weary. Marigold squared her small shoulders. "I must go into the forest. I must find the source. A clamour of objections rose around her, but Marigold stood resolute as an oak. By sunset, arrangements had been made, reluctantly, with much head-shaking and dire predictions. She would enter the old forest at dawn, accompanied only by provisions for a week's journey and the ancient map of the forest that had hung, mostly forgotten, in Brandy Hall's library since before any could remember. That night, Marigold dreamed of roots stretching through darkness, searching for something lost. She woke with tears on her cheeks and her mother's words echoing in her mind. Our gift comes with responsibility, little one. We hear because we are meant to answer. The forest waited like a sentinel at dawn, its eaves shrouded in mist that curled like beckoning fingers. Marigold approached the ancient hedge gate, a tunnel cut through the great barrier that had stood for generations between hobbit lands and the untamed wilderness beyond. A small gathering of family and neighbors had come to see her off, their faces solemn in the pale light. You needn't go alone, her father said, his weathered hand squeezing hers. This isn't a burden for one small hobbit to bear. Marigold smiled up at him, patting his hand. I'm not alone, father. I never am. As if in response, the grasses around her feet bent slightly toward her, and wildflowers she hadn't noticed before suddenly seemed to bloom along her path. The forest embraced her like a long-lost child, a sensation both comforting and unsettling. Beyond the gate, the air changed, thicker, greener, laden with the scent of loam and secrets. Trees crowded close, their branches interlacing overhead to filter the morning light into dappled patterns. Marigold placed her palm against the rough bark of a massive oak, closing her eyes to listen. Pain lanced through her mind, an anguished chorus of voices crying out against a darkness that twisted their very being. Beneath their lament ran another current, a deeper wrongness that made her snatch her hand away with a gasp. Show me, she whispered to the forest. Show me the way. For 3 days, Marigold followed the cryptic guidance of the trees. Paths appeared before her that she suspected no other travelers had seen in an age, if ever. Branches lifted to allow her passage, roots shifted to provide sure footing across streams and gullies. Yet as she ventured deeper, the forest's pain intensified. Trees here stood twisted, their bark blackened in places as though burned from within. Some leaned at impossible angles, their limbs contorted like arthritic fingers. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, she found the dwarf. He lay, half-concealed in a hollow beneath a lightning-struck elm. His sturdy form curled protectively around something clutched to his chest. Blood matted his russet beard, and one leg bent at an angle that made Marigold wince. At her approach, his eyes snapped open, wary, fierce, the color of storm clouds over distant mountains. "Stay back," he growled, though his attempt to rise failed instantly as pain overtook him. "I mean you no harm," Marigold said, kneeling beside him and uncorking her water skin. "I'm a healer of sorts." The dwarf regarded her suspiciously, his gaze traveling from her curly head to her large, hairy feet. "A halfling," he muttered. "Far from your burrows." "Hobbit," she corrected gently, offering the water. "And yes, I've come from the Shire, seeking the source of a corruption spreading through the forest." Something flickered in the dwarf's eyes, recognition, perhaps fear. His grip tightened on whatever he held against his chest. "You know something of this," Marigold said. It wasn't a question. After a long moment, the dwarf relented. "Drogon, son of Drogis, at your service," he sighed, "though precious little service I can offer in this state." With obvious reluctance, he uncurled his arms, revealing a palm-sized fragment of crystal that gleamed with an inner light that shifted between azure and emerald. Just looking upon it filled Marigold with a sense of rightness that brought tears to her eyes. "The LOTR," Drogon whispered reverently. "Or rather, a shard of it." once worn by the great elven lords to heal blighted lands, then shattered in the fall of Hollin. My kin and I sought it in the Blue Mountains, following ancient texts that spoke of its power. You found it, Marigold breathed. Aye, and were pursued for our success. Drogon's face darkened. Dark creatures that should have remained in deeper places came after us. My companions. He trailed off, grief momentarily overwhelming him. I alone escaped, fleeing east with the Shard, but something worse dwells in this forest, something that calls to the darkness that hunts me still. As if summoned by his words, a wind rose around them, unnatural, carrying the scent of decay and something chemical that burned Marigold's nose. The trees groaned, their branches thrashing as if in pain. "He comes!" Drogon hissed, attempting again to rise. Bombadil. Tom Bombadil. Marigold frowned in confusion, but he's a friend to hobbits, a guardian of the forest. Not anymore. Drogon's eyes reflected a horror beyond mere fear. Something has taken him, corrupted him. We glimpsed him as we fled through the forest, singing still, but his songs rot the trees from within now. His power, once used to protect, has been twisted. The wind intensified, and through it came a sound that chilled Marigold's blood, singing, merry and bright, yet fundamentally wrong, like honey laced with poison. The melody wormed into her mind, bringing visions of decay and dissolution, of roots drinking darkness and spreading it across the land. "Quickly," she urged, helping Drogon to his feet despite his pained protest. We must move. They sheltered in the hollow of an ancient beech whose trunk spanned wider than 3 hobbits with arms outstretched. Inside, protected by layers of wood that had witnessed centuries pass, Marigold tended Drogon's injuries with herbs from her pack and the quiet magic of her hands that coaxed broken things toward wholeness. "The Shard," she said, when his breathing had eased. "Here may I?" Reluctantly, Drogon placed the crystal fragment in her palm. The connection was immediate, a song of growth and renewal that counterpointed the twisted melody still audible in the distance. Marigold gasped as understanding flooded her. "The LOTR can heal the forest," she whispered, "and perhaps Bombadil himself, but we must take it to the heart of the corruption, to him." "Madness," Drogon protested. "But he would destroy us before we came within a bowshot." "Not if we approach as the forest itself," Marigold replied, her eyes alight with purpose. "Not if we come as root and branch rather than flesh." Dawn found them moving deeper into the forest's heart, following a path revealed in Marigold's dreams. The hobbit walked with her hand pressed to the crystal shard, which hung now from a cord around her neck. Where she passed, a subtle change followed, blighted bark growing clearer, twisted branches straightening infinitesimally, the forest's pain easing like a long-held breath, finally released. They found Bombadil in a grove where nothing grew, a perfect circle of death surrounding a figure that both was and wasn't the jolly forest father of hobbit tales. His blue jacket hung in tatters, his yellow boots caked with something black that smoked faintly where it touched the ground. When he turned at their approach, his eyes gleamed with an inner darkness that did not belong in any living thing. "Ring a dong dillo," he sang, his voice creating discordant echoes. "What brings a wee folk and stone dweller to Tom's abode? Come to join the changing, the growing dark below." "Tom Bombadil," Marigold stepped forward, the crystal warm against her skin. "This is not your true nature. Something has corrupted you, the same darkness that once served Morgoth." The name sent a shudder through the twisted figure. For a moment, something like recognition flickered in those darkened eyes. Oldest, he was, and fatherless. Bombadil tilted his head unnaturally. "Before dark lord or bright, Tom walked these woods, but darkness sleeps in deep places, waiting. Now it wakes and finds Tom welcoming." He spread his arms. and the dead ground around him seemed to pulse. All will join Tom's garden soon. All will feed the roots below. Now, Marigold cried to Drogon, who loosed the arrow they had prepared, not aimed to kill, but to distract. As Bombadil turned to deflect the missile with a twisted song, Marigold closed her eyes and called to the forest with every fiber of her being. The LOTR blazed against her chest, channeling her plea outward into root and branch, into soil and seed. Around them, the ancient trees responded, not with movement, but with something deeper. Roots burst from the earth, not attacking but embracing, wrapping around Bombadil in a living cocoon. The forest itself restrained its corrupted guardian as Marigold approached, the crystal shard held before her like a lantern in absolute darkness. "Remember who you were," she whispered, pressing the LOTR against Bombadil's chest. "Remember your purpose." Light erupted between them, blinding, purifying, singing with the voice of growing things and flowing waters. Bombadil screamed, a sound both terrible and hopeful, as darkness poured from his mouth and eyes, burning away in the crystal's radiance. The forest trembled, trees swaying though no wind blew, as a shockwave of healing energy spread outward from the grove. When Marigold could see again, the figure before her had changed. Still strange, still ancient, but the darkness had fled his eyes, replaced by a clarity blue as summer skies. "A clever little gardener," Bombadil said, his voice once again the merry rhyme of legend. "Found Tom wandering in Shadowlands, brought him home again." He looked around at the forest, which already showed signs of renewal, shoots of green pushing through the previously dead soil, leaves unfurling on branches that moments before had been bare. "Dark things sleep beneath old hills," he explained, his face momentarily solemn. "And older than Tom, older than trees, stirring now, reaching up through root and dream," caught Tom unawares, it did, whispering sweet songs of power. "But you're free now," Marigold said, swaying slightly as exhaustion overtook her. Drogon moved to support her, his strong arms steadying her shoulders. "Free indeed, little mistress of growing things." Bombadil smiled, though shadows of memory darkened his eyes. But darkness retreats, not defeated, sleeps again beneath the Barrow Downs, waiting for weaker minds, weaker hearts. He bent suddenly, scooping up a handful of earth that transformed in his palm to a small golden flower. This he presented to Marigold with a flourish. "Keep the Starglass safe, halfling healer." "The forest remembers its friends, and Tom Bombadil stands in your debt." When Marigold returned to the Shire 7 days after her departure, the change was already visible. Crops stood straighter, their leaves a more vibrant green. The whispers from the old forest had changed from lament to something more like a lullaby, audible only in dreams. Drogon walked beside her, his injuries healed, bound now to a quest to reunite the shards of the LOTR. The council received their tale with wonder and skepticism in equal measure. Some preferred to believe that the blight had simply run its natural course. Others, seeing the crystal shard that still hung at Marigold's throat and the dwarf who stood protectively at her side, wondered at the strangeness that seemed increasingly to touch the world beyond their borders. As for Marigold took Brandybuck, she returned to her garden, which flourished as never before. If the vegetables sometimes arranged themselves in mysterious patterns overnight, or if flowers bloomed in the shape of ancient runes across her lawn, her neighbors politely pretended not to notice. And if sometimes, on quiet evenings, the trees at the edge of the old forest seemed to bend slightly in her direction, as if in greeting or gratitude, well, that was hardly the strangest thing happening in the world these days, was it? Far away, beneath the Barrow Downs where ancient kings slept their uneasy sleep, darkness gathered once more. But that, as the old tales say, is a story for another time. Story 4. The morning mist clung to the rolling hills of Hobbiton, like a lover reluctant to depart, veiling the world in pearlescent mystery. Dew-kissed gardens gleamed like treasure hoards in the first gentle rays of sunrise as Mungo Baggins knelt among his prized potatoes, his weathered fingers caressing the soil with a tenderness most hobbits reserved for ale and pipeweed. Unlike his neighbours, who valued gardens primarily for their contribution to the pantry, Mungo saw in each seed and sprout a miracle worthy of reverence. "Grow strong, little ones," he whispered to the tender shoots. "The summer feast depends on you." Something glinted among the dark earth, a stone, perhaps, threatening to disrupt his careful rows. Mungo's brow furrowed as he gently brushed away the soil. Not a stone at all, but an object smooth and oval, warm to the touch despite having been buried in the cool earth. Golden veins traced across its surface like ancient writing in a language too old for memory. "What peculiar treasure have you been hiding?" Mungo asked the soil, cradling the object, no larger than a goose egg, in his palms. It pulsed with a gentle heat that seemed to match the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Conventional hobbit wisdom dictated that unusual discoveries should be reported to the mayor, or at the very least, discussed over several pints at the Green Dragon. But something in Mungo, perhaps a whisper of the took blood from his grandmother's side, guided him instead to slip the strange egg into his pocket and continue his gardening with a secret warming his chest. That evening, as shadows lengthened across his modest hobbit hole, Mungo placed the egg in a small wooden box lined with soft cloth, which he set near the hearth. He went to bed with thoughts of his garden's bounty dancing through his mind, unaware that destiny had slipped through his door, disguised as a curious trinket. The sound that woke him was like crystal chimes caught in a spring breeze, musical, delicate, yet insistent. Mungo fumbled for his candlestick, illuminating his bedchamber in warm, amber light. The noise came again, from the direction of his sitting room. The egg had transformed. Fractures laced its surface, emitting golden light that painted his furniture in sunlit hues despite the midnight hour. As Mungo watched, transfixed, a small section of shell fell away, revealing a glimmering snout the color of harvest wheat. Another piece crumbled, and an eye blinked up at him, an eye of swirling amber and topaz, holding wisdom no newborn creature should possess. "Impossible," Mungo breathed, but the word felt hollow against the reality unfolding before him. By dawn, the creature had fully emerged, a dragon no larger than a house cat, its scales shimmering like polished sovereigns in the morning light. Delicate wings, translucent as dragonfly membranes, yet traced with golden veins, unfurled experimentally as the creature chirped a greeting that resonated in Mungo's chest rather than his ears. "I must be dreaming," Mungo said aloud. But the dragon tilted its head and emitted a sound suspiciously like laughter. The following days passed in a blur of wonder and mounting anxiety. The dragon, which Mungo began calling Etherfell after a character in an old hobbit nursery rhyme, grew at an alarming rate. Within a week, it had reached the size of a fox, its appetite expanding proportionally. It consumed Mungo's meat stores with alarming efficiency, though it showed particular delight for the carrots and potatoes from his garden, charring them with precise little bursts of flame before dining. More troubling than its growth was its intelligence. Etherfell watched Mungo with eyes that reflected comprehension far beyond that of an animal. When Mungo read aloud in the evenings, a habit developed to calm his frayed nerves, the dragon would cock its head at certain passages, growling at villainous characters and purring at moments of triumph. Just as Mungo began contemplating how to explain a dragon-shaped hole in his roof to his neighbors, for Etherfell now barely fit in his sitting room, fate intervened in the form of a visitor. The knock resonated through his hobbit hole with an authority that suggested the knocker was accustomed to doors opening at their command. Mungo froze, a brush in hand, having just finished removing golden scales from his mother's second-best armchair. "Confound it, Mungo Baggins, I know you're home," called a voice like distant thunder. "The fate of Middle-earth doesn't wait on hobbit hesitation." Gandalf the Grey, for it could be no other, stood on his doorstep, stooped to avoid entangling his pointed hat in the climbing roses that framed Mungo's entrance. His eyes, sharp beneath bushy brows, took in Mungo's dishevelled appearance and the golden scales clinging to his waistcoat. "Ah, so it's true," the wizard muttered, pushing past Mungo without waiting for an invitation. The signs spoke of awakening, but here, in the Shire, of all places. Etherfell met the wizard in the hallway, wings half spread in a display that seemed part greeting, part challenge. Gandalf halted, his gnarled staff raised momentarily before lowering in what appeared to be reverence. "A Aetheling Goldwing," Gandalf breathed, using a name Mungo had never spoken. "The last of the solar drakes. We thought your kind lost after the breaking." "You know what he is?" Mungo found his voice at last. "Not what, Master Baggins, but who," Gandalf corrected, kneeling with effort to meet the dragon's gaze. "This is no common dragon, no descendant of Ancalagon or Smaug. This is a guardian, hatched from an egg laid before the First Age, when dragons were noble protectors rather than ravagers." Mungo struggled to process this revelation as Gandalf and Etherfell engaged in what appeared to be silent communion, the dragon's eyes swirling with golden light that reflected in the wizard's weathered face. "We must make haste," Gandalf announced suddenly, rising. "The egg's awakening is no accident. It responds to threat and to imbalance. Something stirs in the northern wastes that should have remained dormant." "We," Mungo squeaked. "The dragon has bonded with you, Mungo Baggins?" Gandalf fixed him with a stare that brooked no argument. "Where Etherfell goes, you must follow, for better or worse." "Pack lightly. We leave within the hour." Mungo's protestations died before reaching his lips as Etherfell nuzzled his hand, sending warmth spiraling up his arm and settling in his chest like liquid courage. The journey north passed in a montage of landscapes Mungo had never imagined existed beyond the Shire's gentle borders. They traversed ancient forests where trees whispered secrets as old as soil, forded rivers that sang melodies no hobbit had heard before, and crossed plains where the grass rippled like a verdant ocean beneath endless skies. Etherfell grew with each passing day, soon large enough for Mungo to ride upon his back during difficult terrain, a development that terrified the hobbit initially, but soon became a source of secret delight. The dragon's golden scales hardened into armor that gleamed blindingly in sunlight, yet he remained gentle with Mungo, curling protectively around the hobbit each night as they camped beneath the stars. At the edge of Mirkwood, their company expanded. Elenial, an elven scout with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that had witnessed the turning of ages, emerged from the shadows with word from Thranduil's realm. Reports spoke of ice trolls moving south in unprecedented numbers, led by something the scouts dared not approach, a presence that froze the air itself and whispered promises of endless winter. "The frost heart awakens," Elenial told Gandalf, in melodious tones that nonetheless carried dread. "The ancient enemy of the solar drakes stirs in its mountain tomb." Their path turned eastward, skirting the forest's edge toward the lonely mountain. There, amid the restored glory of Erebor, they found Gimli, son of Glóin, pacing before the great gates, his axe gleaming with fresh sharpening. "A dragon approaches Erebor again," the dwarf rumbled, eyeing Etherfell with generations of inherited suspicion. "My father would have me take its head as tribute for Thorin's memory." "And yet you wait to hear our tale instead," Gandalf observed mildly. "Aye," Gimli admitted grudgingly. "The signs troubling enough to stay my blade, for now." Beneath the mountain's cavernous halls, Mungo felt smaller than he ever had, even as Gimli's initial hostility thawed in the face of Ethelfel's dignified demeanor. The dragon, now the size of a horse, moved with surprising grace through the dwarven corridors, showing particular interest in the ancient murals depicting the alliance between dwarves and dragons in ages long forgotten. And before the corruption, Gimli explained reluctantly, when worms were guardians rather than thieves, my grandfather's grandfather spoke of such tales as children's fancies. That night, as Mungo slept fitfully in quarters designed for beings twice his height, he dreamed of ice and darkness, a vast consciousness stirring from slumber, its malice reaching out like hoarfrost across the northern plains. He woke to find Ethelfel's eyes glowing like twin suns in the darkness, reflecting the same vision. "It comes," the dragon spoke, not in words precisely, but in impressions that formed themselves into meaning within Mungo's mind. "The Frostheart hungers for warmth, for life, for me." The revelation that Ethelfel could communicate, however unusually, barely registered against the larger horror of the dragon's pronouncement. Before Mungo could respond, alarms echoed throughout Erebor, horns signaling approach from the north. From the battlements, they witnessed a sight that stole the breath from Mungo's lungs. The northern horizon had vanished behind a wall of unnatural fog, glittering with ice crystals that refracted moonlight into eerie rainbows. Within this advancing mist, massive shapes lumbered, ice trolls by the hundreds, their crude weapons gleaming with rime. But it was the figure at their center that drew all eyes, a being tall as 3 men, formed not of flesh, but of living ice, crowned with spires of impossible crystal that bent light into darkness. "The Frostheart," Elenial whispered, her immortal composure cracking, "ancient enemy of all warm-blooded life. Legend says it was imprisoned beneath the ice by the solar drakes at the dawn of time. And now only one remains to stand against it," Gandalf finished grimly. Mungo felt panic rising in his chest like floodwater. He was a gardener, not a warrior, a tender of potatoes and prize-winning tomatoes, not a participant in battles from ancient legend. "I can't do this," he whispered, but found Ethelfel's snout gently nudging his shoulder. "Do you already have?" came the impression in his mind. "You nurtured life when you could have chosen fear. You saw beauty where others would have seen threat. That is the courage we need now." The battle preparations passed in a blur of activity as dwarves fortified defenses and elven archers took position along the mountainside. Gandalf disappeared into the mountain's depths, searching ancient libraries for forgotten lore that might aid their defense. As dawn approached, Mungo found himself atop the highest battlement, Ethelfel coiled beside him like living gold in the first rays of sunlight. Below, the mist had halted just beyond bowshot, swirling with unnatural patience. "What can I possibly offer in this fight?" Mungo asked, more to himself than to his companion. "Life," Ethelfel responded simply. "The Frostheart consumes magic, weaponry, courage itself, but it cannot comprehend life freely given, growth nurtured without purpose beyond its own beauty. That is beyond its understanding." From his pocket, Mungo withdrew a small pouch, seeds from his garden that he had brought from habit, a tether to home during this impossible journey. Ethelfel's eyes glowed brighter at the sight. "The ancient songs speak of the sowing," the dragon continued. "Thus, when darkness covered the world, the first solar drakes flew with the gardeners of dawn, seeding life in barren places." Understanding bloomed in Mungo like one of his prized roses. He mounted Ethelfel's back, the pouch of seeds clutched tightly in his hand. As the dragon's wings unfurled, gleaming gold in the strengthening daylight, Mungo felt fear give way to something stronger, the same fierce protectiveness he extended to every seedling in his garden. They soared above the battlefield as combat erupted below, ice trolls smashing against dwarven shields, while elven arrows sought vulnerable joints in frozen armor. At the center of the chaos, the Frostheart raised crystalline arms, drawing moisture from the very air to create weapons of ice that rained down upon the defenders. "Now," Etherfell communicated, diving toward the heart of the mist. Heat radiated from the dragon's scales, intensifying until the air around them shimmered. As they passed over the advancing horde, Mungo scattered seeds from his pouch, humble beans and resilient root vegetables, flowers and herbs, while Etherfell unleashed golden flame that melted not only ice, but the very boundary between worlds. Where seed met thawed earth touched by dragonfire, life erupted not in days or weeks, but in moments. Vines spiraling upward to entangle ice troll legs, flowers bursting into bloom with color so vibrant it hurt the eye, trees unfurling from nothing to thrust roots deep into suddenly fertile soil. The magic of accelerated life, of growth unleashed without constraint, spread like a golden wave across the battlefield. The Frostheart screamed, a sound like glaciers carving into ancient seas, as greenery encroached upon its domain of ice and emptiness. Plants sought the frozen entity with unnatural hunger, vines wrapping around crystal limbs, roots probing for purchase in frozen joints. Where leaf touched ice, steam rose in fragrant clouds. Etherfell circled lower, golden flame illuminating a path through dissipating mist as Mungo continued casting seeds into the transformed landscape below. The dragon's fire no longer destroyed, but transmuted, changing the very nature of what it touched. In the center of what had become a riot of unnatural spring, the Frostheart thrashed against its verdant prison. Etherfell landed before it, wings spread wide to reveal the full glory of golden scales, now pulsing with inner light. Mungo slid from the dragon's back, his feet touching soil that hummed with vitality. "Impossible!" The Frostheart's voice crashed like avalanches in Mungo's mind. The age of warmth ended. The cycle turns to ice. "Life finds a way," Mungo replied simply, kneeling to touch a vine that curled affectionately around his fingers. Even in the deepest winter, Etherfell moved forward, each step leaving smoldering footprints in the suddenly fertile ground. The dragon inhaled deeply, scales brightening until they outshone the sun itself, then exhaled a flame unlike any witnessed before. Not destruction, but transformation, golden fire that engulfed the Frostheart entirely. For a moment that stretched like eternity, two ancient powers contested, ice that sought to preserve through stasis, fire that insisted on change and growth. Then, with a sound like the world itself sighing, the Frostheart dissolved not into destruction, but metamorphosis, its crystalline essence seeping into the soil as life-giving moisture. Where the entity had stood now rose a tree unlike any in Middle-earth, trunk crystalline yet living, leaves both golden and translucent, roots extending visibly through suddenly glass-clear soil to create patterns like frost across a window. "The balance restores," Etherfell's voice came in Mungo's mind, softer now, almost distant. Fire and ice, growth and rest in harmony once more. As the transformed battlefield settled into its new verdant state, Mungo noticed something troubling. Etherfell's golden scales had dulled, the inner light fading like a sunset surrendering to evening. "What's happening to you?" Mungo asked, alarm tightening his throat. "My purpose fulfills," the dragon responded gently. "The guardian awakens what is needed, then returns to slumber until called again." "No!" Mungo protested, tears springing unbidden. "Return with me to the Shire. We'll expand my garden. You can have all the potatoes you desire." Etherfell's laughter warmed Mungo's mind one final time. I remain always in the growing things, little gardener. In every seed that defies winter's grip, in every root that seeks depth beyond its seeming strength. Before Mungo's eyes, the magnificent creature began to shimmer, scales dissolving into motes of golden light that scattered like dandelion seeds across the newly transformed landscape. The dragon's physical form faded gradually until only his eyes remained, twin suns hovering momentarily before dispersing into countless golden speckles that settled gently into the soil. In the days that followed, the northern plains transformed beyond recognition, a garden unlike any other, where plants from Mungo's humble seeds grew with intelligence and purpose, forming natural defenses against the remaining ice trolls, who retreated in confusion to distant mountains. When Mungo finally returned to Hobbiton months later, he brought with him seeds from that miraculous garden. His neighbors noted a change in the once timid hobbit, a certainty in his step, a golden glint in his eye when sunlight struck at certain angles. His garden became famous throughout the Shire and beyond, drawing visitors who whispered of vegetables with healing properties, of flowers that bloomed even through snow, of a gardener who spoke to his plants and heard them answer. And sometimes, on midsummer evenings when Mungo sat smoking his pipe beneath the stars, neighbors swore they glimpsed a dragon, formed of golden light, curled protectively around his cottage. Though such fancies were, of course, dismissed by respectable hobbits as nothing more than tales for children. But Mungo Baggins would smile his secret smile and whisper to his prize-winning tomatoes, knowing that some dragons guard their treasures not in mountain hordes, but in the quiet miracle of things that grow. Story 5. The autumn wind whispered ancient warnings through the crimson gold leaves of Tuckborough as mist rose from the distant Barrow Downs like pale fingers grasping at the twilight sky. Most hobbits hurried home before darkness fell completely, latching their round doors and drawing curtains against the encroaching gloom. The Shire folk spoke in hushed tones of strange lights dancing among the ancient burial mounds, of travelers gone missing and livestock found withered as though ages had passed overnight. In his modest garden on the eastern edge of Tuckborough, Peregrine Tuck dug his trowel into the rich soil with determined precision, ignoring both the chill in the air and his neighbors' concerned glances. Unlike most hobbits, who preferred their adventures safely bound between book covers, Peregrine felt a peculiar pull toward the horizon, a restlessness that set him apart even among the relatively adventurous Tucks. "You'll catch your death out there, young Peregrine," called Widow Proudfoot as she hurried past, her market basket clutched close. "There's ill winds blowing from the downs tonight." Peregrine merely waved, returning to his task of preparing the soil for next spring's turnips. His trowel struck something solid with a metallic ring that resonated through his arm like a bell's toll. Frowning, he brushed away the soil to reveal a gleaming object no larger than his palm, a medallion of curious design, untarnished despite its burial. Intricate knotwork surrounded the image of a hobbit wielding what appeared to be a sword against a crowned shadow. "What treasure have you been hiding, I wonder?" Peregrine murmured, lifting the medallion. The moment his fingers closed around it, visions flashed behind his eyes, a hobbit of unusual height swinging a club against spectral figures, ancient oaths spoken in forgotten tongues, and burial mounds where dark things stirred from age-long slumber. Peregrine staggered, dropping to one knee as the medallion seemed to pulse with an inner heat against his palm. The visions faded, leaving him disoriented and breathless in his quiet garden as twilight deepened into true darkness. Slipping the medallion into his waistcoat pocket, he retreated inside his modest hobbit hole, unable to shake the feeling that he had unearthed far more than a curious trinket. That night, dreams of ancient battles plagued his sleep, dreams where he stood not as himself, but as a towering hobbit wielding a blade that gleamed with inner light against enemies that shifted between shadow and substance. He woke frequently, each time finding his hand had moved unconsciously to touch the medallion now hanging around his neck on a simple leather cord. Dawn brought no relief. As Peregrine prepared a simple breakfast, a commotion erupted outside. Shouts and the thundering of hooves, sounds rarely heard in the peaceful Shire. Rushing to his door, Peregrine beheld a scene from his darkest dreams. Mounted figures in grey cloaks galloping through Tuckborough, their faces hidden within deep hoods, trailing mist that withered the late autumn flowers as it passed. Hobbit children screamed as one of the riders seized a small girl who had frozen in terror in the middle of the lane. Before Peregrine could move, the child seemed to age decades within seconds, her bright face withering like a flower in frost before she collapsed lifeless to the ground. Horror rooted Peregrine to his doorstep as the riders continued their grim procession toward the center of the village. The medallion against his chest burned suddenly hot, and with that pain came clarity. These were the Barrow-wights, spectral guardians of ancient tombs, servants of the Witch King of Angmar from ages past. But why they had broken their long confinement to terrorize the Shire remained a mystery. As the riders approached the village square, a slender figure leapt from the shadows of the great oak tree at the center of Tuckborough. Silver-white hair flowed like moonlight as the newcomer moved with impossible grace, wielding twin blades that gleamed with a blue-white radiance. Where those blades struck, the spectral riders recoiled, their mounts rearing in silent agony. "Flee, little ones!" the figure called, voice musical even in urgency. These are no foes for simple folk, but Peregrine found himself moving forward rather than back, drawn as though by invisible strings toward the conflict. The medallion pulsed with each step, growing warmer until it seemed to meld with his very skin. The silver-haired warrior, clearly an elf, though none had been seen in the Shire for generations, dispatched 2 of the wraiths before being surrounded by the remaining 3. Without conscious thought, Peregrine snatched up a fallen branch, charging forward with a cry that felt torn from another throat in another time. One of the wraiths turned, its faceless hood regarding the small hobbit with what might have been amusement. It raised a gauntleted hand, and cold beyond midwinter shot through Peregrine's body. His muscles seized, his lungs froze, but the medallion flared with sudden heat that pushed back the deathly chill. "Impossible!" hissed the wraith, voice like grave dust in winter wind. The line ended, the blood thinned. The elf warrior used the distraction to dispatch another wraith before calling out, "The medallion! Halfling! It protects you, but you need the blade!" "What blade?" Peregrine gasped, still gripping his pitiful branch as the remaining wraiths converged toward him, recognizing the greater threat. Before the elf could answer, a horn blast echoed from the eastern road, deep and resonant. No hobbit horn, but something that spoke of mountains and deep halls. The wraiths turned as one, then retreated with unnatural speed toward the Barrow Downs, leaving only withered plants and the small child's body as evidence of their passing. In the silence that followed, the elf approached Peregrine, sheathing blades that no longer glowed now that their targets had fled. Up close, her beauty was almost painful to behold, features too perfect, eyes too ancient for a face so youthful. "I am Aranel of Linden," she said, kneeling to meet Peregrine at eye level. "And you, little one, bear the token of Bandobrus Took, whom your kind called Bull Roarer, the only hobbit to ever slay a Barrow-wight." Peregrine's hand went to the medallion. "I found it in my garden just yesterday. It showed me things, battles, a hobbit with a sword." "Not just any sword," Aranel said gravely. "The blade of Cardolan, forged specifically to combat the darkness that dwells in the ancient tombs. It was thought lost with the fall of that realm, but Bandabras recovered it and used it to drive back the whites when they last stirred centuries ago. The conversation halted as a company of dwarves rounded the bend in the road, led by a stocky figure with an elaborately braided beard adorned with silver clasps. "The wraiths have retreated to the downs," he announced, approaching Aranel with respectful formality despite obvious tension. "But they'll return by nightfall, stronger. Peregrine Tuck," Aranel gestured to the dwarf, "meet Thorin Stonefist of the Blue Mountains, whose people have also suffered attacks from these awakened spectres." Thorin regarded Peregrine with clear skepticism. "This is your prophesied guardian. He's barely taller than our mining picks." "Size matters little in this battle," Aranel replied. "The blood of Bull Roarer runs in his veins, and the medallion has chosen him. Without the blade of Cardolan, all our efforts are merely delaying the inevitable." As if summoned by its name, a vision flashed in Peregrine's mind. A sword buried beneath an ancient oak, its hilt wrapped in roots that formed patterns like the knotwork on his medallion. He saw the great tree in Tuckborough Square, but somehow younger, and beneath it. "I know where it is," Peregrine said suddenly. "The blade, it's buried beneath the great oak." Night was falling as Peregrine led the unlikely company to the village square. Thorin's dwarves formed a protective circle as Aranel examined the ancient oak with knowing fingers. "This tree is older than your Shire," she murmured. "Planted by the survivors of Cardolan as they fled north, a living marker for the treasure they could not carry but dared not leave for their enemies." At her direction, the dwarves began to dig where the largest root disappeared into the soil. Their efficiency would have impressed Peregrine at any other time, but now his attention was fixed on the eastern horizon, where unnatural mist had begun to gather once more. "They come," he said unnecessarily, feeling the medallion grow cold against his skin, not the life-draining cold of the wraiths, but a protective chill like armor against fire. "Here," called one of the dwarves, his pick striking metal with a clear ring. The mist on the horizon coalesced into mounted figures, more numerous than before, led by a wraith whose crown of pale fire marked him as their lord. They moved with terrible purpose toward Tuckborough, and all who saw them felt hope wither in their hearts. From the excavation beneath the oak came a cry of triumph as Thorin himself lifted a long bundle wrapped in oilcloth that had somehow resisted centuries of burial. With reverent hands, he presented it to Peregrine, who hesitated only briefly before unwrapping layers to reveal a sword that seemed both delicate and deadly, proportioned perfectly for a hobbit's hand, yet crafted with a skill that spoke of elven influence. Runes along its blade glowed with soft blue light that intensified as Peregrine reluctantly gripped the hilt. The moment his fingers closed around it, knowledge flowed into him, not merely how to wield the blade, but understanding of what he faced, of oaths sworn and bloodlines connected across centuries. "I am no warrior," Peregrine protested, even as his body shifted naturally into a fighting stance he had never been taught. "Few who change the course of darkness begin as warriors," Aranel said gently. "Its most begin as simply those who stand when others flee." The wraiths reached the outskirts of Tuckborough, their approach heralded by withering gardens and the terrified cries of hobbits barricading themselves indoors. Aranel's blades gleamed in the gathering darkness as she took position at Peregrine's right. Thorin hefted his warhammer to the hobbit's left. The remaining dwarves formed a semicircle behind them, axes and mattocks ready. "Hold fast," called a new voice from the shadows. A tall figure emerged, a man in travel-stained clothing, his face weathered by years in the wild. At his side walked a stooped figure whose greenish skin and yellowed eyes marked him unmistakably as an orc, though his demeanor lacked the savagery Peregrine had heard of in fireside tales. "Strider," Aranel acknowledged with evident relief. "That you received my message. The rangers have fought these wraiths for generations," the man replied grimly, "though never have they ventured so boldly from their barrows." The orc eyed Peregrine with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. "This is your champion. He's smaller than a goblin whelp." "Mind your tongue, Gorkil," Strider warned. "Size is no measure of courage." Before further introductions could be made, the wraiths charged, their spectral mounts' hooves striking sparks despite not fully touching the ground. The world narrowed to a chaos of blade and shadow as Peregrine found himself at the heart of a desperate defense. The sword in his hand seemed to move of its own accord, guided by muscle memories that were not his own, yet responded to his will. Where the blade of Cardolan struck, wraiths dissolved like mist before strong sunlight. Aranel's twin blades danced a deadly pattern around him, while Thorin's hammer struck with the inevitability of avalanches. Strider fought with the precision of decades of experience, and even Gorkil proved his worth, his crude blade empowered by unexpected ferocity. Yet for every wraith that fell, more emerged from the thickening mist, and fatigue began to slow even Aranel's lightning movements. The spectral king held back, directing his forces with cold calculation, waiting for the defenders to falter. In a moment of clarity between clashes, Peregrine realized the truth. They were being worn down deliberately, the Wraith King conserving his strength for the final push that would overwhelm them. "The king," Peregrine gasped to Aranel between parries, "he's the anchor. If he falls, none here have the power to face him directly," she replied, her immortal stamina finally showing signs of limit. "His malice has grown for millennia, fed by the hatred buried in those ancient tombs." The medallion burned against Peregrine's chest, and with that pain came understanding. Raising the blade of Cardolan, he channeled the knowledge flowing from it, speaking words in a language he had never learned, the native tongue of ancient Cardolan, a binding spell laid upon the blade at its forging. Light erupted from both sword and medallion, enveloping Peregrine in radiance that pushed back the unnatural mist. The Wraith King shrieked, a sound that caused all who heard it to clutch their ears in pain, and charged forward on his spectral mount, crown blazing with black fire that consumed rather than illuminated. Time seemed to slow as Peregrine faced the ancient evil. By all rights, the small hobbit should have been overwhelmed instantly, but the medallion's power surrounded him like armor, and the blade in his hand had been crafted specifically for this confrontation across the ages. When the Wraith King's black sword met the blade of Cardolan, the resulting explosion of power threw everyone, living and undead alike, to the ground. Through the ringing in his ears, Peregrine heard the Wraith King's voice directly in his mind. "You cannot end what has no beginning," it hissed. "I am the shadow in the barrow, the cold between stars. I existed before your kind crawled from darkness, and I shall remain when the last light fades." Perhaps Peregrine found himself responding, words coming from some ancestral memory rather than conscious thought. "But not today, and not in the Shire." With strength born of desperation and heritage, Peregrine thrust the blade of Cardolan directly into the empty darkness within the Wraith King's hood. Light blazed from the point of contact, spreading outward like cracks in ice. The Wraith King's form shattered into 1,000 motes of darkness that scattered on the wind, accompanied by a scream that echoed from the ancient barrows themselves. The remaining wraiths seemed to collapse inward, their forms dissolving without their master's will to bind them to the mortal plane. As suddenly as the battle had begun, it ended, leaving the defenders standing in stunned silence in the Tuckborough Square. Peregrine swayed on his feet, exhaustion claiming him as the medallion's power receded. Strider caught him before he could fall, genuine respect in the ranger's weathered face. "Well fought, guardian of the hills," he said softly. "Few would have stood as you did this day." In the days that followed, as the Shire tried to return to normal despite the impossible events they had witnessed, Peregrine learned the fuller truth from Aranel and his newfound allies. The Wraith King had been attempting to gather power to resurrect an ancient evil buried beneath the oldest barrow, a lieutenant of Morgoth from the First Age who had been imprisoned rather than destroyed, beyond the power of even the greatest elven lords to truly vanquish. "The danger is averted for now," Aranel explained as they sat beneath the great oak, "but not ended. The blade of Cardolan must be carried to the Barrow Downs, to the very heart of the ancient kingdom, where a ritual can bind the darkness for another age." Peregrine looked out over the peaceful fields of the Shire, then down at the medallion that had changed his life's path so irrevocably. "When do we leave?" he asked simply. Thorin, cleaning his hammer nearby, gave a surprised grunt that might have been approval. Gorkil, who had remained despite initial distrust from the hobbits, bared his yellowed teeth in what passed for a smile among his kind. "At dawn," Strider replied, understanding in his grey eyes. "The road to the ancient kingdom is long and perilous." Peregrine nodded, his hand finding the hilt of the blade that now felt like an extension of himself. He was still a hobbit who preferred gardens to battlefields, warm hearths to cold roads. But perhaps that was precisely why the medallion had chosen him, because the most unlikely guardians were often the most steadfast when darkness threatened all they held dear. As night fell over Tuckborough, Peregrine Tuck, gardener, reluctant warrior, guardian of the hills, gazed eastward toward the journey ahead, the blade of Cardolan gleaming softly at his side like a promise of light against encroaching shadow. Story 6. In the heart of Middle-earth, where ancient oaks whispered secrets to passing clouds and stones, remembered the footsteps of the First Age, paths began to appear. Not ordinary forest trails worn by woodland creatures or the steady tread of elven feet, but impossible paths, shimmering roads that twisted reality itself, appearing overnight where none had existed before. Some led to forgotten glades filled with flowers that sang in silver voices. Others spiraled into mountains that had previously shown no entrance. A few it was whispered in taverns where brave folk gathered, led to places that should not exist at all. Hobbit Bolsero was not the sort who frequented taverns filled with whispers of the extraordinary. As the most respected cartographer in the Shire, he preferred the certainty of ink on parchment, the satisfying precision of measuring distances between known landmarks, and the comforting ritual of his evening pipe smoked beside his round window, overlooking the familiar hills of Hobbiton. At 63, he had mapped every inch of the Shire, from the North Moors to the borders of the Old Forest, and had begun to consider his life's work nearly complete. That certainty shattered on a rain-swept evening when thunder broke across the sky like the footfalls of giants. 3 sharp knocks echoed through his smile, interrupting Hobbit's careful inking of the new mill that had been raised near Bywater. Opening his perfectly round door, he found no visitor, only a cylindrical leather case, ancient and worn, bearing runes that seemed to shift in the raindrops, dance upon its surface. "Curious and curiouser," Hobbit murmured, bringing the case inside. His fingers, stained with the familiar black of cartographer's ink, trembled slightly as they worked the intricate clasp. The parchment inside unfurled with a whisper that sounded almost like words. Upon it lay a map unlike any Hobbit had ever seen. Rather than the fixed landmarks and measured distances of his own work, this map seemed alive. Paths appeared and disappeared as he watched, mountains shifted positions, and forests grew before his eyes. At its center, written in a flowing script that somehow translated itself into his understanding, were the words, To the last pathmaker, when the ways between worlds are opening once more. I am no pathmaker, Hobbit stated firmly to his empty study. I am a cartographer of known things. The map, as if in argument, glowed with a soft golden light, and a new path appeared upon it, one that led from the very spot where his smile stood, winding northeast toward the weather hills. That night, Hobbit dreamed of walking paths made of starlight, and when he woke, he knew with inexplicable certainty that the map had chosen him, and that refusing its call would bring consequences far beyond his quiet life of careful measurements. 3 days later, with the map secured in its case and strapped across his back, Hobbit stood at the edge of the Shire, staring at a path that had not existed the previous evening, a road of silver-blue stones that seemed to hum within a light. "Are you quite certain about this endeavor?" came a melodious voice from behind him. Hobbit turned to find an elf with silver-white hair and eyes the color of twilight. She wore traveling clothes of muted green and grey, but the bow across her back was clearly of ancient and noble make. "I am Nimrodel," she said, "scholar of the hidden ways from Imladris. I have studied the phenomenon of these new paths for 3 moons now, and they all bear the signature of the Pathmaker's craft, magic not seen in Middle-earth since before the breaking of Thangorodrim." "I'm just a hobbit with a map," Hobbit replied, patting the case. "Though it seems to have ideas of its own." Nimrodel's eyes widened. "You carry the Pathmaker's map. It is not legend, then." Before Hobbit could respond, a growl rumbled from the trees nearby, and a massive figure emerged, a man taller and broader than any Hobbit had ever seen, with a wild beard and eyes that gleamed with animal ferocity. "The little one has the map," the giant rumbled. "And I can smell the old magic on him." "Grimbeorn," Nimrodel acknowledged with a respectful nod. "I did not expect the skin changers to take interest in this matter. When a path appears in the middle of your beehives, splitting them in two as if they never existed together, you take interest," Grimbeorn growled. "Half my bees vanished into whatever lies on the other side. I want them back." And so began the unlikely fellowship, a hobbit cartographer, an elven scholar, and a skin changer with a grudge against the paths. They followed the silver-blue road as it wound through landscapes that seemed to shift with each passing mile. Oak forests gave way to ancient pine groves that should have been hundreds of miles further north. Rolling hills transformed into rocky plateaus without warning. On the 3rd night, as they camped beside a stream that flowed uphill, Hobbit unrolled the map beside their fire. New markings had appeared, a warning in the same self-translating script. "The shadow seeks the ways between. The worm hunts the pathmaker." "What worm?" Hobbit asked, his voice barely a whisper. Grimbeorn spat into the fire. "There are whispers among the wild things. Something ancient has awakened in the grey mountains, something that should have died in the War of Wrath." "Ancalagon," Nimrodel breathed, her face pale in the firelight. "But he was slain by Erendil." "His body, perhaps," Grimbeorn replied grimly, "but dragons have ways of preserving their essence, especially the oldest and craftiest, if even a fraction of his spirit survived." That night, their dreams were invaded by smoke and flame. Hobbit woke gasping, clutching the map case to his chest, to find the campfire transformed into a column of green flame, from which emerged a tall figure cloaked in scales that gleamed like oil on water. "Little thief!" the figure hissed, its voice like metal dragged across stone. "Well, the map belongs to those with the power to use it properly." Hobbit found himself unable to move as the figure reached toward him with elongated fingers tipped with obsidian claws. But before those claws could touch him, Grimbeorn roared, his form rippling and expanding into that of an enormous bear. Nimrodel's bow sang, and arrows of silver light pierced the scaled figure's chest. The creature laughed, a sound like mountains crumbling, and dissolved into smoke that slithered away into the night. "We must keep moving," Nimrodel insisted, gathering their belongings. That was but a projection of his power, ascending. Ankalagon himself still gathers strength, but his servants will be hunting us now. The following days became a blur of constant movement. They traversed paths that led through caverns glittering with crystals that recorded the voices of all who passed. They crossed meadows where the flowers turned to follow them like suspicious eyes. They forded rivers that parted at their approach, the waters rising up to examine them before allowing passage. And always they were pursued. Shadow wolves with eyes like burning coals stalked them through twilight forests. Crows with metallic feathers circled overhead, their caws echoing with unnatural precision. Once, they found their camp surrounded by motionless figures wrapped in tattered robes, servants of the dragon that seemed more smoke than flesh. Unable to cross the protective runes, Nimrodel hastily carved around them. It was Grimbjorn who first noticed the change in Hobbit. "Under your footsteps," the skin changer observed one morning as they hurried along a path that wound between enormous standing stones covered in spiraling carvings. "Where you walk, the path becomes more real." Hobbit looked back and saw it was true. Behind him, the path had become more defined, its edges sharper, its substance more permanent. And when he consulted the map that evening, new understanding dawned within him. The map doesn't just show the paths," he explained to his companions, his fingers tracing the ever-changing lines on the parchment. "It creates them, or rather, it allows its holder to create them. And somehow, it's changing me, teaching me." The Pathmaker was said to be one of the Maya, Nimrodel said cautiously, a spirit sent to help shape Middle-earth in its early days. Hobbit shook his head. "The map called me the last Pathmaker. I think the first one might have been a hobbit or something like us before we were called hobbits. Look at these markings here. They're similar to old family signs carved on smiled doors in the Shire's oldest tunnels." Before they could discuss further, the ground trembled beneath them. Miles away, yet drawing nearer with impossible speed, a mountain was moving, or rather, something mountain-sized, with scales the color of midnight and wings that blotted out the stars as they unfurled. "He comes himself," Grimbjorn growled, already beginning his transformation. "We cannot fight Ankalagon," Nimrodel said, knocking an arrow nonetheless. "Or even diminished, he is beyond our strength." Hobbit looked down at the map, then back at the approaching doom. "We don't need to fight him," he said quietly. "We need to close the paths." Understanding bloomed within him as the map's secrets finally unlocked in his mind. The paths were tiers in the fabric of Middle-earth, beautiful but dangerous. They needed to be controlled, governed by one who understood the responsibility of such power. As the dragon's roar shook the very air around them, Hobbit closed his eyes and placed his hands on the map. He felt the connection to every path that had opened across the land. He could sense travelers upon them, creatures exploring them, the dangerous things that had begun to slip through from places that should remain separate. With newfound certainty, he began to draw upon the map, using his cartographer's precision to chart a new course, a master path that encircled and contained all others. "What are you doing?" Nimrodel cried over the approaching thunder of enormous wings. "What my ancestor began," Hobbit replied, his voice strangely calm. "Finishing the map." As Ankalagon descended upon them, jaws agape and wreathed in flame, the map in Hobbit's hands blazed with golden light. The path beneath their feet shifted, twisted, and suddenly they stood not upon an exposed hillside, but at a crossroads of 1,000 ways, a nexus point between all the paths that had opened. The dragon's fire washed over them, but in this place between places, it passed through them like mist. Ankalagan roared in fury, trying to force his enormous bulk into the nexus, but the ways were not meant for such twisted power. The paths are reopened only to be sealed properly, Hobbit declared, the map now floating before him, its light flowing into his hands and out through his feet into the crossroads. They will be mapped, known and guarded, but not exploited. With a final definitive stroke upon the map, Hobbit completed the work his ancestor had left unfinished ages ago. The nexus point shuddered, and the countless paths began to arrange themselves into an orderly pattern, still magical, still wondrous, but no longer chaotic tears in reality. Ankalagan, caught between the paths as they realigned, let out a scream of rage as his form was stretched and pulled along 1,000 roots simultaneously. His essence, already fragmented from his ancient defeat, could not maintain cohesion across the ordered paths. Before their eyes, the great dragon dissolved into motes of darkness that scattered along the ways, banished to the far corners of existence. When the light faded, the three companions found themselves standing on an ordinary hilltop overlooking the Shire. The map in Hobbit's hands had transformed into a complete, perfect atlas of Middle-earth, showing not just the lands as they were, but the hidden connections between them. "The Pathmaker's work is done," Nimrodel said softly. "The ways are balanced once more." Grimbeorn sniffed the air. "My bees are returning," he noted with gruff satisfaction. Hobbit closed the atlas with a smile. "Not done," he corrected, "just properly begun. Someone needs to maintain these paths after all. And it seems I have a family tradition to uphold." As they made their way back toward the Shire, those with eyes to see might have noticed how the ground beneath Hobbit's feet seemed to shimmer slightly with each step, as if, wherever he walked, new possibilities unfurled just beneath the surface of the world.